All right, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Looks like Mike's coming in hot. All right, soundboard's in. I have not been using that enough recently, but it's good for it to be there. And then last but not least, a brownie, caramel cream, root beer. Okay, let's see what else. That's it. That's it. We're just going to go ahead and get started. And we're go. All right. So I have at least one paste I need to do for this. And then, we're going to be working on some heavy stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and get there. All right. All right. So first thing, let's go over this working. Oh, whoopsie. So this is, let's go to the real site. I'm pretty sure I've got the same wallet phrase on both. But just so you can see, this is up, this is live, this is the live site. Okay, we're connected to testnet here. And this is, okay, this is different, but all the same. It's got some coins on it, so we'll stick with that. So I can go ahead and select these 2 coins, and I can start a coin join session. And then I can go ahead and select just this coin here, and then also run a coin join session. Okay, it says, I don't know why it's saying that. Well, I kind of do. It's because the coins that I already selected, there's not enough coins to use for change. So the coin that's being used for change is sitting in instant send right now. So if we go back and we look at this, though, we'll see there, that's the session that we just created. So I'm not going to do it on this one because there's not enough change coins to do it. Or maybe I can. Maybe I just, let's see if I take this one here, and I'm going to go into tools, and I'll go into, where did I put that send? Oh no, the send is on this one still because it's right here. So let's take that amount. I'm going to send just a very, very small amount here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say we're going to send, some amount. And then I move the addresses over here. Unused payment addresses. So let me just pick one at random. Let me pick this one. And by at random, I meant in the middle. All right, so send some there. Okay, we'll just 0.001. UTXO is not set. Okay, well, apparently this widget is broken. I'm going to go where I actually have some coins that I can demo. All right, so we're going to go back over here where I've got plenty of coins that are being used for change and whatnot. Actually, maybe I could get that one. Whatever. Okay, so forget all that. Let's start from the top. I've got a bunch of coins that have already been denominated. Let's say that I didn't have stuff that had already been denominated. And I'd go check the thing that's not denominated. It says, okay, I want 2 of these. I only have 1, so I need another one. Let's denominate coins. Do I really want to send this? Yes, I do. And then it goes ahead and it does that. So when I refresh this, it'll show that I have 2 and the value of this. Okay, the value of that's already changed. So let me go ahead and refresh this because it's not perfectly stateful and all that. Now it says I wanted 2 and I have 2. So that's how many I wanted. That's how many I have. Okay. So that's how I would denominate. I fill in what I want to denominate. So now that I have them denominated, they're all highlighted because they can be used. So I can pick one, like this one here, And then I can say, okay, run coin join with that one, and it's going to do it. And then I can pick the other one, or even two of the other ones, and I can say run coin join with that one. And so now there's actually two coins. There's two addresses in the other queue that was created. And then we're going to wait around for about 30 seconds. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let me try that again. Nope, that's not. All right, am I getting the wrong key here? There we go. And then we're going to see that once it reaches around 30 seconds, the node that it's connected to. Yeah, there we go. So this one was the first one I selected. That one I selected a few seconds later. And then they went through the whole process. And the last DSSU message was signing, apparently. I thought there was another one for complete, but maybe I'm ending the listener before then. Anyway, the coin join actually happened. So the session was complete. And I did it with myself because you can see they're both connected to the same node. I could have them connect to different nodes, but then the process wouldn't work because no one else is on testnet running CoinJoin right now. Anyway, so that's the woohoo. I did that off screen, so let's give a. I'm not as excited about it personally as I was when I got it working last night. But I just needed some time off of the camera to work. So I worked on it for a bit. And yeah, so that's where we're at. So the problem is, of course, that this whole process is clunky and, as you've seen, unreliable. So the next step to get this to actually, what we need is this to do something that isn't already done. Okay, we got CoinJoin in the browser. So what? It means we can run CoinJoin on phones because you can run this JavaScript on the phones. I might actually put up a proposal for that because I did the research for this a while back. Hopefully I can find it. If not, I have to do some of it again. But I didn't go too much into it. Maybe I spent an hour on it or something. So, but there is a way to... There's a few different ways to control how you run JavaScript on iOS. And I believe what I'd found is essentially there's a way to do a function call where you essentially bind to the web view in a way that I say, okay, call this function with this string, give me back this string, I'll parse it as JSON. Something like that. And so there's some stuff that if I was going to do this in an iOS app, which I would love to do, by the way, especially with Swift UI, then I would want to, I know some of the stuff we can easily find a library that's already available for iOS. And then there's some stuff that I would just, honestly, I just try to translate with GPT. I think it would do pretty well because the JavaScript code is pretty clean. Not the transaction code is a little bit rougher because that one's the one that's had the most, there's the most changes that have happened to that code base. The -HD came through pretty cleanly. Yeah, the more protocol stuff it is, the easier. The base 58 check, that one, we'd find a library for that's suitable, no problem. A lot of the libraries in general, I don't know about iOS, but they end up being very Bitcoin specific, and our Dash SDK will work with Bitcoin just fine. It's, of course, Dash first, but you could pass in options and you could pass in the Bitcoin versions and magic strings and coin types and all that, and it would work. But a lot of the other tools, it's not as simple to pass things in, or they're singletons that, well, I guess some of ours are singletons too. Anyway, what am I getting at here? What I'm getting at here is that we need to get to a point where this does something that other things don't do already, because we already have a CoinJoin. What we don't have for CoinJoin is we don't have a cache drawer. So this is good. What this doesn't do, however, is it doesn't split up the change and whatnot in a way that we're easily able to use it as collateral. It's not efficient in the way that it splits things, because, for example, let's say that I want to select this coin, Let me go down. Oh, let me go back over here. Go back over here. Let's say I'll just use a change address. It doesn't. Well, I'll use payment address. I think the reason that they did the payment and change addresses originally was probably because they didn't have some sort of system to mark something as pending, and so they just used a separate index source. I actually don't know. I'm just shooting from the hip. I'd be very curious to know why. But let's this one may or may not work. 1.00001. Is that what we're doing? Or and then send to this address. UTXO is not set. Okay, so this widget is broken. I might want to fix that widget. Let me see what's broken about it. But I need to get this to work so that we have an account in our wallet for CoinJoin, and we increment up to the 15th index or so, depending on how we decide to do it. And then the last one goes back into the original wallet. So I think we would do indexes 1 through 15, and then the last one would go back into the main wallet. So we take it out of the main wallet, put it into the CoinJoin wallet, iterate, then bring it back. I think that's how we would do it. Not 100% sure. Anyway, let me see what's going on here. UTXO's not set. All right, so debug, payment address, available coins. Okay, available coins 1. Available balance, great. The amount that we want to send, great. Okay, so everything about that looks great. What went wrong there? If not UTXOs. UTXOs.length or inputs.length. Okay, so there was something else here at some point, and yeah, I'm not sure what came about there. UTXOs is null. And UTXOs equals get all UTXOs. If coins.length. So I checked a coin. Yeah, so this should be a super easy fix because UTXOs is going to be empty unless... So what if I just uncheck this then? Okay, selector has no checked down. Oh! Okay, yeah. So we have two errors here. I've decided that when I use the double $sign, so I'm just going to fix this real quick because that tool is useful and important, and I can fix both of these problems in just a matter of moments here. Wait, why does it keep on going back over to this tab? I'm going to close that tab out. I'm sure it'll come on over to this tab then. I was just on this tab, and then it switched all on its own. It's got a mind of its own. Okay, so what was it? UTXOs. So UTXOs is null. We get all UTXOs. All right. So that's one thing, and then the other thing would just be, where was that double $sign at? There we go. And then... Oh, you know what? Maybe I can do this. Let's see if that works. No? Okay. There we go. Okay, now if I just refresh this one and I say, okay, let's send the amount 0.0001. Let's add another 0 in there and another 0 and a 250 or something. 1, 2, 4, 5. Let's just make it 500 to be nice. Okay, we'll go find this over here. Also, I don't know what happens when we hit the end of those numbers. But now... Wait. Check selected no elements. What? What was that? Amy? Name equals coin. Checked. Oh, I think I just needed to refresh harder. Or maybe I didn't even refresh. I don't know. Okay, let's copy this. Okay. So here we are. 0.0000500 or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Inputs is not set. Ah. Gosh. I still messed that one up. Well, wait. Yeah, it's okay for inputs not to be set. Draft, wallet, TX. This used to work. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why that was in there, because we need either or. Maybe I put it in there for debugging at some point and just forgot to take it out. They definitely shouldn't both be set. I don't think. All right, we're going to let that one go. Okay, so let's try it one more time. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Really send? Nothing? Yes. Okay, great. Alright, so we are about to run out of our addresses here. Okay, cool. So that's what I would have needed to do over here. Let's just take this and then say 0.0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Oh, that's not going to work, of course, because I didn't push this. So I'll go ahead and push this up so that that works again. All right, so query selector all. All right, so that will get updated, and then this will be just as usable as this is. So yeah, so I got to figure out something to do about this wallet, because I think all I do is I don't think there's anything dynamic about it. I don't think there's any storage. I think I just read the first 50 addresses of each time, and I want to do this in a pretty simple way, because the optimizations for the wallet storage can get pretty complex, and I can't do that in a 4-hour sitting, I don't think. So I don't really want to attempt it. I've got a whole project set aside for that. Though it looks like I'll probably be working on the platform project first. Okay. So let me see. Was it 50? Is there the number 50 in here? 50. 50? Magic number 50. Where are you? Okay. Previous index is 0. All right. So here we are. So here we've got the wallet derive. We have the phrase, the salt, the account index. Okay. So we got a good setup here. Oof. And we have our db get and db set, right? Yeah, okay. So we're going to use that. So phrase, we got session salt. What was salt here for then? Let's see if there was anywhere that salt was used. No, it wasn't. Okay, so... Alright, so we're going to derive a wallet. We need to get the wallet ID. Do we have the wallet ID stuff in here? Yeah, we do. Okay, great. So we got the wallet ID stuff. That's important. dbget wallet account index. That's not actually going to work out for us. What we're going to need here instead... Okay, so here's the problem. We need to be able to have multiple accounts active at the same time. So really what we need is a configuration for like a primary wallet and the CoinJoin account. Okay. Let's see. All right. Is account index important in this context? This is a knit. What do we care about wallet key for in this context? Save wallet, init wallet. Okay, so we need the primary seed bytes. And primary phrase, session salt, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go take a look in the debug tab at the session storage. Okay, so here's what we have presently. Okay, so we do have some local storage already on this one. That's actually good. Okay, so we do have deltas on there. We do have balance. All right. So we might be able to get this rolling a little bit better simply by keeping track of the number of unused wallets and advancing the index or some such. Okay, wallet ID. We got account index. Everything's 0 here. So these really don't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and delete them. Because they're set at 0, which is their default value. So we're going to go with that. Do we have a mainnet wallet phrase? Or we just have a testnet wallet phrase? Oh, wallet phrase right there. That's the mainnet wallet phrase. I probably want to do something to obscure that ever so slightly. Actually, what I want to do is have Touch ID to unlock the wallet. Okay. So this mostly looks good. Let's change this to all right, and then the question would be, I take a coin. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna, for my purposes here, I'm gonna use this with 2 separate wallets. And there's another reason for this too, which is that let's say that you wanted to use this on your phone. You wanted to take your wallet off your phone and you want to put it in this tool. You don't want on a phone, because the phone doesn't support CoinJet. And this is something I'd actually like to put up a proposal for too, because I don't know what the mobile team has been doing for the last 7 years, but there's no updates to the mobile app that are of any appreciable, like there's no appreciable functional updates. I don't know why that is. But the mobile Dash wallet still doesn't support BIP44 and BIP32, you know? So it has a single primary account and that's it. And that's just kind of weird. And I don't know why. I don't know what else has been going on, because obviously they haven't been building any platform wallets because there hasn't been any platform to build a platform wallet for. So yeah, I don't know. I maybe their hands were just, maybe they were, what do you call it, hamstrung? Hey, camera, back to me, buddy. Back to me. No, stop looking at my drink. Camera. Okay, thank you. Thank you, camera. Sometimes it gets confused and it thinks that this is a face. Or that the microphone is a face. I think it's something about the reflection. I don't know. Anyway. Wallet update. Alright, so we got primary account, CoinJoin account, CoinJoin index. But yeah, we really ought to have the, I didn't finish that thought. We really ought to have the mobile wallet support BIP44. I think the BIP44 is an excellent standard. It's one of the things that, that's what does all the HD pathing. It's widely disregarded in the industry other than for a basic primary account at the end. But, you know, the idea of, well, you're going to do, well, most cryptocurrencies are focused around investment, not focused around being digital cash. But for digital cash, well, you need to be able to pay other people. You need to be able to receive other payments. Those are your accounts. You increment the account and then you give it a friendly name. Like, this is Joe, this is Bob, whatever, you know? So, and I think part of the reason, honestly, I think part of the reason that they didn't want to implement BIP44 in the existing wallet is that it would cut the knees off of a lot of the platform efforts, because then it raises the question, well, wait, if we could just do it easily with a standard that already exists and have, you know, and have 90% of the core functionality of the shared wallets, the usernames, the, you know, all that stuff, then what? Which would be a good question to ask. I mean, we could have completely separate CoinJoin wallet. That's another way to go about it. I like the idea of just, if you were to, sorry, I still didn't finish the idea. So if you take the wallet phrase from your phone and you put it here and you let this run CoinJoin, the money will become available on your phone again once CoinJoin is run, but it won't be available while it's running. And this also means that you won't be getting all of those weird, well, not weird, but, you know, hundreds of transactions showing up in the mobile wallet. In fact, that will crash the mobile wallet. If you have, or I don't know if it will now. It'd be interesting to try it again, but I did try this before and it literally crashed the mobile wallet. The mobile wallet could not handle having hundreds of transactions. Maybe a couple hundred, but not thousands. It could not handle thousands of transactions. It could not render them. It could not render the table. It would crash the app. And that is something that is, you know, if I had known better then what I know now, there are so many things that I would have pushed so much harder about, because it just goes to show the misappropriation that's been happening. You know, it's just very, very apparent, because obviously something that works well is better than something that has more features. This is something that's well understood in business. Your bad customers always want more. Your good customers always want things to work better. And by good and bad, I mean loyalty, right? People with very little loyalty to you always want more. But people that have high loyalty to you just want what they have to work better. Doing new things is more exciting, but what people typically want out of a product that is part of their daily life or whatever, is they want it to work better. Not to have a different product. And this is why when products switch from being paid to being subscription, the subscription's all about, we don't have an accountability to our customers, so we can just make new stuff ad nauseum. When software is paid, you actually have to implement features that people want. Okay, so now we've got that there. I'm going to go update the UI on this. And for right now, we're just going to leave it as a single wallet phrase. We could do two, but I just feel more comfortable about it, especially with people trying this out, knowing that the money is still on their phone. It's just in a secondary account where their phone isn't going to readily use it. They could put it into another tool and they can transfer that over. They could put it back in this tool, once the coin join's finished, the money will go back. It's just going to hide the coin join so it doesn't show all of the intense number of transactions. Okay, so we got that. So we got HD account. So let's look for that HD account primary. And then we're going to we'll actually put these in a field set. No, we won't. What we'll do is we'll put these in a field set. We'll put these in a field set. And why was that one showing up weird? Oh, and then I'm going to have to update the testnet stuff too. That got so large that I probably ought to put it elsewhere, but oh well. On change toggle all. Okay, so in this one I did put it elsewhere? No. Where's my radio for testnet? Alright, export address. Okay. Oh, crapola. I don't know how to do this. Okay. Let me ask Jippity. Let's try that again. Might be the same answer. I like this answer. I don't know if it's true, but I like it. It takes up less of my brain space. All right, let's try that. Okay. So we got double quotes here, double quotes there. And then we need the coin join path. Oh, whoops. No, this one's going to be... Okay, this one's testnet. So actually, we need to get rid of those. Where was the mainnet one? Here's the mainnet one. So that's mainnet, and this would be testnet. Okay. Primary account, primary path. Coin join account, coin join path. All right, that's good. Okay, so we got the wallet update. Referring to... Oh, is there any other place where we need to do this? Okay, and then we've got the wallet derive. We actually need to do this for both accounts, so this is probably not great. Also, wallet update. Did that really need anything async? Can we get rid of the async on here? It needed to get the seed bytes. Okay, yeah, so we need the... Okay, wallet derive. And what happens here? What do we put out into the world from this? Add key. Add key. Why do we have add key and then await in one place and not in the other? Is this async? Alright, let's try await there. To with, okay. HD path. Addresses dot push address. Keys map. Oh, what a pain in the butt. This is such a can of worms to open. What is the simplest way to implement this? I need to be able to track. Basically, I need to be able to say, either get next coin join address, or get next let's see. I need to essentially get rid of this receive adders array. Okay, maybe if we go with the last used. Dang it. How do we do this? Okay, I think the way that we have this stored, do we have their HD paths in here? I think we do not. Do we? Address, height, block index. Okay, index, TXID, All right, this is just the list of deltas. So we have some of the information there, but we need to get the actual HD path info in there. We need to have every key associated with a wallet ID and a path. All right. So how many shifts do we have? Change adders, change adders, change adders. Receive adders. Receive adders. So we've got 3 places where there's change address. We need to get next change address. We need to figure out what that is, though. Change adders. Okay. Draft wallet TX. Oh, what's up? I heard somebody made a sound. It was like a like or a sub or something. But I didn't see the whatever it was. Okay. Change address. Commit wallet TX. All right, see how we're going to simplify this. It may not be as horrendous as I was thinking, but it might be. All right. Is this in Derive address? Or is this... Okay, this is in Derive wallet. Okay, we never iterate over keys map, right? If we never iterate over keys map, that's fine. Um, I'm not sure what the best way to do this is. Because we can essentially derive... I think I need to rethink this entirely. Got a lot of stuff going through my head of how I might solve these problems. I think I need two functions, one for CoinJoin, one for primary accounts. I'm going to make a different function. Okay. I'm just going to throw this out here real quick. So we're going to have let primary account wallet I'm going to shorten that to Pryac wallet. We're going to have see. All right, with the coin join, it kind of tilts a little bit on its head. Because we're concerned with the indexes. In a different way. Round one. Trying to visualize this. Or maybe we do only need one account. Okay, I've got it, I think. Let me take a look over here. Wait, why is this field set thing not working out? It's supposed to be a field set.
Against endless hordes of relentless mist-born evil blight, I know I'll live somehow, and I'll uphold my vow with you now. At my back, my ally, under wings in the sky, I know how. But we must stay into the fray, we'll be okay, see another day. But as fire pours forth from the black dragon's maw, have we seen crimson red eye up in the sky? Is this now why people must die, not but you and I? No regrets from this threat, I will never forget how I feel.
All right, there we go.
I always knew that when it's true I'd obey. My heart craves you, but I never knew how to say that I will always be your one and only rose of rain. And I promise you'll never see the loss of me.
Okay, first mix index is what I want to call this. Actually, first round index. Okay, coin join account. Okay, so we could denominate it over to the CoinJoin wallet, or we could denominate it to an unused address. Doesn't really matter which. I think we can play out the scenario where both are the same. Then... Okay. Okay, cool. And even this is not quite right. Okay, so when we do the add key there, ultimately we would want to speed this up, but we don't need to right now. Okay. All right, now this is good. This is good. So that... Okay. Add key. Wait, add key can't fail, right? To whiff, to adder. Pub key to PKH. Okay, so that one can't fail. So that actually... Oh. There we go. I don't love it, but it is what it is. I mean, we could just use a different path entirely. We could call it, instead of 44, we could call it something else. That's probably the right thing to do. Whoops. First round index, type is number, min, step. Max is going to be the same. Value, we're going to default it to 2. Oops. Okay. Cool, cool. All right, so that's looking good. This while the drive function is just whack. It's useless. Well, I'm going to keep it in there until I'm sure how I'm going to replace it. Okay. Yeah, I gotta take a step back. I'm thinking too much at the same time. So we're gonna have some sort of key thing here, and we're gonna have wallet ID, account ID, usage ID, maybe. Something like that, maybe. Let me just get rid of this because I'm So get unused receive address. All right, so let's do, we're going to have some sort of wallet state. All right, so we'll Okay, we're gonna have reserved wallets. Oh. Hmm. I think we want a sparse array here, or sparse list rather. Well, let me try something out. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. So this is how we do sparse arrays. So we're going to use a sparse list because that keeps our index sorted. Okay. All right, so we've got first. First unused. All right, last unused. Okay, because we got something like this. And then we're going to have a count. Get list of receive addresses. Okay, get list of receive addresses. That's weird. Oh, session with one too many S's. There we go. Okay, so wouldn't this just be... that? Not necessarily. Okay. Okay, so let's say we have a per account wallet state. Okay, we're going to get up to that. Hmm. All right. So now we're here, and now it's going to start to look a lot like this one. Hmm. Okay, so maybe I'm going to start out with this being really dumb. So let's start off with this being...
The ocean calls me wherever I go. I'd even name it my home.
Let's skip this one, even though I really like it. And this one. Songs, musics. Man, it's tough to think through this. I've done this a few times. I've created 2 or 3 CLI wallets. Uh, the CLI wallet was one of the first things that I did. Way back. Before we had our SDK that we have now. The web SDK. Okay, let's just knock that one out for a second. This should probably move into Dash HD. This function right here. Or something like this. We need some sort of function that will do the iterative approach, so we don't have to do... So we don't have to. So actually this is pretty much perfect as is. I'm just going to bring this over here like this. And let's just say that this is, yeah, sure. Oh, this isn't, is it limit? Yeah, offset. So what do we want to do? Format the key? Is that supposed to be end minus equals 1? No. Let me go back to that. So what this is saying is that if there's an error, so there's possibly, when you're doing hashes, I don't think that this error can ever happen other than in testing, but I don't know for sure. So what I'm saying is, if you encounter an error, then increase the end because you're skipping one. So if I try to get index 25 and index 25 happens to hash to a value that's not in a valid range for the curve, then we want to skip it, but we don't want to return back 49. We still want to return back 50 or 100 or whatever it is. So that's why we're going to extend the end. So now we will have processed 51, but we're only returning 50. Does that make sense? That should make sense. How's it going, Future Highway, by the way? Yeah, yep. Okay. So here... I think this is correct then. So call that usage. All right, so what we're going to do then... All right, we do need that somewhere. I don't know. Get rid of that. Hmm. Okay, so we have network, wallet ID. Maybe we don't really need. Well, yeah, we kind of do need network. We need coin type. So I don't know exactly what to call this because it's not the key. It's the key metadata. So this is more describe key than anything else. All right, coin type. This is basically go from raw key to descriptive. I don't know what to call it. It's the meta key object. Wrap key info. I don't know. I think we could do a similar thing for a public key. What, address key? All right, so we're going to have address key. Okay. All right. So we got the width, the address, the HD path, PKH bytes. And I'm going to plug account and usage in here. So this is basically, and I'd kind of like to have a account ID in there, although I'm not 100% on that one. Yeah, I want account ID. Because I don't want to throw all of this in the loop because it's just too big for the loop. So what are the extra things here? I don't know. It seems like there's so much going on. Maybe what this should do is just return the simpler version of the key. There we go. Ugh. right, I'm going to cut these out again. Because really we're just focused on dash. We're not focused on all the other ones. So let's get back to basics. Let's not overcomplicate it. All of this is necessary complexity. Part of me wants to break this down just a touch further, but yeah, I don't know. All right, so now we have a way to grab all of the key infos. All right, I think I will take it just a little bit further. Maybe. Or would we need phrase in here for anything else other than... We don't need primary seed bytes, right? All right, I'm gonna cut these out. So I'm going to call this raw get address keys. No. So, okay, here's the thing. So I would like to say, all right, we're just going to get the keys, and then we're not going to worry about getting all of the key info and what that needs to look like. However, the problem that we have there hold on, let me think about this for a second. All right. The problem that we have there is that we can't get this information any other way. So if we were to just get the keys, we can't get the wallet ID after the fact. We can't. So all of this information is information that we can only get at the time that we generate the key, when we have the wallet and the account present. However, when we go down here, there is information that we could get at any time. So for example, the pub key hash bytes, we could get that at any time. The public key, we could get at any time. The private key, we could get at any time. The whiff, we could get at any time. So and I think that there is a little bit of information that's in the address key, or we could call this the X key. These are just references, so that, it doesn't make much difference there. But I kind of want to just lay all of the information bare. This also has the depth. I think that's the only piece of information that it has. It has a fingerprint and it has a depth. And I think that's the only, and it has a chain key in it. The chain key, I think, could be used to derive other public keys. All right. But so this is kind of, more or less, it's the simplest form of key that I can get. Okay, what is this moaning about? Oh. There we go. All right, so now this is good. All right, so now we're back to we actually should pass this through. Okay, now I'm back. Backtracking on that thought again. There we go. All right, so what is this griping? All right. All right, so that's good enough for now, or Geffen, as I like to say. And I have a thought for how to make the storage engine work out correctly. Which is to have a type, key, and a value. All right. So my thought on this oops, hold on, let me go back to that real quick. All right, so my thought on this, And we may not need the type. I might get rid of it. And if we do, that's fine. But the storage engine is complex. I don't like the idea of doing plugins. Singletons are bad and all, but if we don't do a singleton, there's a lot of potential for nesting this, and I'd rather have it be a singleton than nest it, essentially. And I've definitely regretted that decision in the past, and this is not a final decision. I'm just doing this as I'm continuing to get this in a state where I can get the address information sorted out. That's what I'm doing. Because the thing is this. We either have to pass in, we have to do a lot of dependency injection. Maybe not that much in this case. I mean, right now, all we have to do for dependency injection is -HD and dash keys. So we'd have to create a variant of -HD that was not a singleton, and of dash keys that is not a singleton, which is not that big of a deal. I just prefer it when things are flatter rather than nested, and there's no need. The only reason to create the question is, are you going to nest it, or are you going to pass more options in? Basically, there could be a config object that we pass in at all times that is essentially all of the. I like the way that mbit does this, which I think is the embedded Bitcoin Python library. I like the way that mbit does it, and I may have done it that way at the beginning if I had known at the beginning how all of this stuff actually works. But I may have done that at the beginning to say, okay, here's the 10 different types of magic strings. Here's all of them in one configuration. And that configuration, either we're going to create each object with that configuration. So an instance of dash keys, an instance of -HD, so on and so forth. Or we're going to pass it in anywhere that it's relevant. And, I kind of like the idea of creating it at the top level. I think that's a decent idea. And at this level, actually, so at the level of the wallet, the only things that we don't want to make assumptions about is how errors are going to be notified, how events are going to be streamed, and how storage is going to be made. So if we just attach this onto the singleton and say, look, I don't know that you're really going to have multiple storage mechanisms. If you are, you can figure out how to do that with this type information. Otherwise, just replace db set with whatever you want, and db get with whatever you want. That's how we start to go in that direction. Anyway, I've just accepted implicitly that I'm going to deal with the crap that I got to deal with. Okay, so let's say, I'm actually going to put this down towards the bottom. All right. So here's where I want to start. Maybe we'd have a db dot. You know, have a wallet dot store equals wallet dot store dot set. Maybe I could throw the type at the end as an optional mabob. Default value must at least be null. That way it's not cluttering up the space. So default value must be given, but it can just be null. And then we'd have a similar thing for a cache set. I don't know. I kind of want to be more dynamic with that. Anyway, so now I want to do the next level of thing for this, which is the cache get key infos. Or maybe the store get. Okay, because the store, if we have it in cache, we should assume that the cache is actually the most up to date. Okay, so I'll call this store for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this bad boy. All right, so now I've got my key infos. And what I need to do from here is figure out which of them are good. Yeah, unfortunately, we are not going to get... Tonight, we're not going to get to the rounds, because in order to get to the rounds, I have to solve the address pathing problem, so this is just work that has to be done. It's just the way that it is. And I have the benefit of the hindsight with the problems I ran into with the CLI implementation. Mainly, it was just not understanding well enough that you have at the root level you have the wallet phrase. From that, you can have multiple accounts, but you can have multiple wallet phrases and you can have multiple accounts. In this application, we're only dealing with one wallet phrase. And we're going to make some specific choices about how to overlay the CoinJoin info. All right, so key of key infos. So key info of key infos. Trying to think, how do I want to layer this? Offline. What? I don't know, I might want to layer it one layer higher. I don't like things nested, but local storage can be very slow. So essentially, we want to have some way to iterate over all of local storage and bring in all the information that is about a particular type of thing. And know what type of thing it is. So we either need to have the type be in the key name, or we need to have the type be in the data that's returned. Now, since the data that returns, so just for example here, since the data that returns can be of different shapes, I'd kind of like to have some sort of signifier that's just baked in. For example, just prefix adder or address. Maybe adder and t-adder, I don't know. The address information is incredibly generic. What's a good way to do this? Maybe just duck type it? Say, I always forget what the length is. Okay, 34. We could decode without verifying. Yeah, because what are your options? You do a regular expression. You do different things. Hmm. Okay. By the way, many people don't know this, but local storage actually has events that work cross tab. Okay, I think that's basically what we want. Right, there's no way to get all the keys. I could call this collection instead of type. Oh, whoops. Oh, that won't work. Okay. Actually can be an empty string, but I don't really want to support that case. That's a failure case. Hmm. All right, I'm not sure if I like this anymore, but that's what I'm going with for now. You know what? I kind of like the idea of being more highly specific with this. with the collections, but let's just leave it like this for now. Or maybe not. I think this actually simplifies it quite a bit. I could still go back on it, but rather than making a generic storage type, make a specific storage type. Boom. Do you like my use of variables? I mean, constants, which are not variables because they are constant. And the scope doesn't really matter because they don't change because they're actually constant. Like, put them in there and take them somewhere else. Okay. I am overthinking it, but whatever. I'm just gonna run with it. Dang it. Oh, I'm gonna have to spend another day on this. I really wanted to get this out there. But better to provide something of great value than end a day early. Okay. So now we're back to default value is equal to null. That was a boo-boo that I had there. It wouldn't have mattered for most cases, but... okay. Because we're dealing with money, I don't want to ignore errors. If we have an error parsing something that looks like an address, fail and report. It's the right thing to do. Okay. So the whole purpose of the address is all was that I want to be able to do essentially an init. I definitely want to be able to do an init. And with that, we should be able to do await wallet.add addresses.all. Okay. The reason I want to be able to front load this at the beginning, which, it could be a pain in the butt because there could be 10,000 items. That's something we got to be sensitive to in the future. We don't have to be sensitive to that right now. But ideally, I'd want to get all of that into RAM immediately. If there's 10,000 or 100,000 or a million items, I want to get that all into RAM right at the start because I don't want to have to do little individual fetches. I wonder how long it would take to do a million. Just curious about this. And I probably need to do is insert a sleep every so often in here. And this all Where's my sleep function? There it is. I know I'm overthinking it, but I'm not really. These are real problems. I don't want it to be like the mobile wallet where as soon as it hits a few transactions, it just crashes. Ah. $10,000. Okay. Oh, whoops. I need to get at the object. So let me just take a sample object here. Well, let's go with 100,000. Okay, there we go. Well, let's just see what happens. Let's see how bad it gets. I'll be careful about this. Okay. Helper function. Data. Starting write phase. Keys per batch. Okay, good enough. I was hoping it would use mod, but Whatever. All right, let's see how it happens. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So that's good to know. It's good to know that it took no time to write 10,000 items. This makes me think that there might be a better approach. Let's see. Well, actually, what was the total size of local storage? Okay, so it took 45 milliseconds to write 10,000. So, if that was 10 times larger, that would have been 100,000. So you wouldn't notice it until you get to 1,000,000. 1,000,000 is where you'd start to notice it. All right, but let's just look at... Actually, I don't want to pull that up because it might have secrets in it. Let's see, does it say anything about the size of the storage? No, it doesn't have secrets in it because I just cleared it. Okay, what if we make... all right, just curiosity here. Just curiosity here. Let's say that we make it much smaller. Let's say that we make the object. So let's do local storage dot clear. And let's say we run this again, but let's say we make the object really tiny. We'll just do this. Let's see if we get more batches through. Okay. So very, very small amount. Okay. So we're hitting up against that 5 megabyte limit. All right. So for the purposes of this, that's fine. Any real production wallet would not be able to use local storage, which is fine. We can, but for the purposes here, we're limited to about 5 megabytes or so. And we don't have to worry about the time at all. So this was stupid. Well, it's not stupid in the long run with IndexedDB or whatever, but for the short term, it doesn't matter. Although IndexedDB, I imagine, must be hecka slow. We can figure out how to speed it up. There's always solutions for things. Ugh. Oh, let's see. How's it going, everybody? What's up? So the thing is with CoinJoin, we'll hit that limit really quick. So for a CoinJoin demo, local storage might be bad, but for the basic demo, I think we'll be able to manage. We just need to have... We need to store a lot less information. We basically need to store Something to note if it's reserved. So it has a date if it's reserved. It has a value and a number of... Okay, so what we're going to need to store to keep this, to make it work in local storage, is...
Though this may be our final fateful night, against endless hordes of relentless mist-born evil blight, I know I'll live somehow, and I'll uphold my vow with you now. At my back, my ally, under wings in the sky, I know how. All this decay, but we must stay into the fray. We'll be okay, see another day. But as fire pours forth from the black dragon's maw, have we seen crimson red eye up in the sky? Is this now why people must die? Not but you and I.
Okay, so definitely using the now value.
No regrets from this threat. I will never forget how I feel. I always knew that when it's true I'd obey. My heart craves you, but I never knew how to say that I will always be your one
Okay.
and
That's how we're going to be able to store maybe 50,000 or 100,000. I mean, if we just did this. So let's try this again. And we're going to keep it down to the test data is basically date.now, and we're not going to do any stringification. So if it's a full date, then it's reserved. If it's a positive number, it's number of UTXOs. If it's a negative number, it's been spent. That's how we'll do it. And then let's see how many we would get like that. Okay. So if we did that, it'd take it less than, and it's always a string, but we could, JSON stringify, test data. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that's what we would go with. We would go with a really, really, really simple mechanism. And maybe with the UTXOs, if it has UTXOs, maybe we would give the full info, but what we'd probably do is we'd know the number, or maybe, maybe what it would be is like this. Values of UTXOs. Hey, Bad Nintendo, how you doing? Our number of transactions would be a single character. Up to 9 or something. Or just a true false. Okay, so I think this is what we do. And then if we go to spend it, then we need to look up the extra information through the RPC. That way we can maximize the simplicity of using local storage. It'll be wicked fast. Again, that was 1 million coins that we just went through, that we indexed. That was 1 million. Okay, did I got that right? That was 1 million? Okay, total. Okay, no. Sorry. That was 10,000. So 100,000. That was 100,000. Okay, so that was 100,000. Let's see if we could take it to 1 million. How far do we get this way? Total batches 100. Or we keep it with 10, but we go 100,000 per batch. All right, let's see. Yeah, we did 100,000 per batch. Or let's see if we can get more precise. So do 10,000 per batch. We do 100,000. Okay. So we are pretty limited in the realm of 100,000 keys. Okay. So we're not going to get to 1 million. But we can get to 100,000. No, it's not 65 milliseconds times 100,000. It would be times 10. Well, no, because it would be times 100 if we were doing the batches in total that way. But yeah, so we can easily hold 100,000 keys if we do a very small amount of data, and then we rely on the RPCs to get the fresh data that we need for more interesting information. And we might be able to get lower because there's not going to be a lot of them that are reserved. That's just a proxy for other stuff. Anyway. Yeah, but it would be 65. So here it gets slower as we add more keys because you can see it's, pretty decent. And then it gets drastically slower as we approach the quota limit. So if I were to do this one more time, and we went back to our 10 batches of 10,000, then you can see what the total time looks like. So that was the total time. So if we did 1 million, oh, that time it was really slow too. Okay, that's interesting. The reads were super, super fast. So if we wanted to read 1 million, we could read it in less than a second. So load times are not a concern whatsoever. And we could potentially truncate down to just 4 numbers. I mean, I don't want to get too much into this because, well, I don't know. I mean, it has to be done sooner or later. We have to understand what the limits are, and we have to make good choices. So, let's say that we take this down to simply, a positive number is we have a balance. A negative number is it's been used. And that's all. We don't care about the transaction history. We just care about the address itself. So let's say that all we were doing was storing the number 2. How far could we get? Could we get to more batches? No, we can't. We can't significantly get to more batches because the major cost is the size of the key at that point, and we could probably cut that in half. So let's just play a little game here. Let's say that we actually cut this in half, because we only need to know whether we're only testing to see is the key used or not. How far does that get us? Okay, that gets us a lot further. So if we're really strict about the key size, I mean, let's say that how could we get this to 1 million? Let's just see if we can get all the way to 1 million. If we say, okay, the key size is, I don't know how much lower we could go. I mean, we'd say it's 5 characters. Well, that won't even get us to 1 million, will it? Let's just say for generating a random key, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. What's okay, let's say that we had 6 characters here. Hold on. Let me look at something else. I'm in the weeds on this, but again, this is practical because we're doing CoinJoin. So we're going to have tens of thousands, and maybe we won't have 1 million, but at that point we need to use IndexedDB, but IndexedDB is going to be pretty slow. Okay. All right, what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So wait, 100,000 million. So 16 million. Right. Okay. So let's say let key max key equals. Okay, so key minus equals 1. And then we're going to just say return max key dot to string 16. So that would be 7 characters. We'd start to run into birthday collisions, but just to see, can we get to 1 million? I don't think so. Yeah. So the best we can do is we can get to half a million, and that's with severe birthday collisions. So we could probably stretch it to 250,000. I think that 17. What was it? Was it this one here? Yeah, 17. That stretches us close to 250,000, right? Yeah, that gets us really close to 250,000. Okay, so, but then, yeah, then the way that we have to match it kind of sucks, but whatever. It'll work out. And that, yeah, but you hit 1,000 keys pretty much every time you do CoinJoin with any number of keys. So yeah, we're gonna say that it's okay. Okay, one other thing. Yeah. All right, I'm going to test one other thing and then I'm going to move on. Okay, yeah. So the only way that we can make it over... Okay, all right. I'll forget about it. But we essentially need to have this address as cache. Wish I could get it to give me the type of that thing. There we go. Probably got to rename this to key info. Right. Translate this TS doc to JS doc. That's weird. How does it not know what address is? Should know that's a string. That's kind of confusing. I end up type defing these in every file. Almost. Did it really think that Stir. Addresses of type any, huh? Weird. I have to look into that later because that definitely shouldn't have come off as a type any. Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking at this thing. Traveling sales person problem solution maintains consistent speed benchmarks capable of performing 1 million calculations in approximately 1 minute 40 seconds. I have not yet benchmarked the latest updated version. BRB, enjoy how you walk through what you're doing in audio, so I'll be lurking. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad. That sounds cool. Have you solved the traveling salesman? You ready to get the Nobel Prize? Okay. Ref. Working on SAT now. What does that mean? SAT algo satisfiable? I do not understand still. Oh, the problem of determining if a Boolean formula can be made true by assigning values to its variables. Okay, I think I get that. Okay, sometimes I just don't get these things. I've typed it right here. I've told it exactly what the type is. Why is it confused about the type? I wonder if it's because I'm... You know, what if I put it down here? Is it going to be happier if I put it down here? How can it possibly be confused about this type? The type is defined right here. It's got an explicit type. So... Oh, I see why. I see why. Hold on. We're gonna walk this back for a second. Because the all function is not clear as to what it returns. And so now we can, this is another benefit of doing this way, is that we can type what it returns, which I thought we already did that, did we not? No, we said any. Okay, so it needs to be key info or null. So if we type that, then if I just bork that, will it give me an error? No, why not? Why the flippy dippy not? Okay, again. Okay, now the type checker is working. That's really frustrating. I really, really wish that the whole TypeScript thing had just focused on JavaScript. I really, really wish that it had, obviously, because I say that all the time. But just imagine how good TypeScript would be, the TypeScript checker, if it flippin' took JavaScript as a first-class citizen. And I don't have to type it here and then type it there. You know, it's just... why do I have to type this twice? I'm returning the result. Therefore, the result must be of the type of the results. Okay, and I declared the type here as well. Wait, no, that's object. This is object. This is key data. No. This is data.address. Okay, there we go. So this is actually the correct type. See, the type's not even... It should be giving me an error because I told it it's returning one type here, and I gave it another type there. Why does it not see the error? That's a pretty simple error. All right, and then this one is going to be just a string. Why doesn't it know the type? Okay. All right. So now string theory just got crazy in here. You think TypeScript can solve string theory? I'm pretty sure that TypeScript and string theory have a lot in common. Oh, all right. All right, so now we just got get key infos. And so what are we doing now? Oh, we're actually not going to store that key info stuff like that. My bad. Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, we don't... So, do we need to store this? What do we need to store in local storage? We need to store in local storage things that we can't derive. Because when we start up, we can derive 1,000,000 keys, no problem. It might actually take a little longer than 65 milliseconds or even 650 milliseconds. But we can derive that. We can certainly do it in batches, no problem. Okay, so basically, all right, there we go. So let me go fix this bit down here. This is such bad practice to be refactoring before we even got any real work done, but like I said, I've done this a few times, so I know where this is heading. I know that it probably seems like I'm stuck in the weeds on this one. I've already got this wrong twice over the past couple of years. So I believe this time I can do much better. And again, we're dealing with CoinJoin, so there's going to be tons and tons and tons of key data that essentially just has to get thrown away. Tens of thousands. Without any there's no question that if anybody puts their actual wallet in it and starts running CoinJoin on it, it will generate tens of thousands of keys. So hundreds of thousands is a good place to be. But really, to run CoinJoin over years, you need to have the capacity for millions of keys. But I don't know, mine will be much more efficient because you'll only be running on CoinJoin on the coins that you want to run it on. So you'll select, I want to denominate some number of coins. It'll create those denominations, and then it will run CoinJoin more, more as an effort of keeping your pool up to date. So there's some efficiencies we gain there where it may not generate as many useless keys. All right, so key state mini key info. Okay, so now we're parsing this data. And we'll say if array.isArray. Let's do this. If data.length key state dot Satoshi's list equals data. Else if data greater than 1 or greater than 0, key state dot reserved at equals data. Else if data less than 0, key state dot has been used equals true. Else throw new error. Okay. And there we are. So that's how we get all of our address and information into memory on load, kind of, sort of, in a way. Okay, so that returns array promise key info generated. Oh no, this is just one. Undefined is not assignable. Okay. Fine. There we go. Now that's happy again. So now we're back in get key infos. And I still don't know why it can't tell what the type of that is, even though I've told it a billion times now. Why does it not understand this? This should be giving me an error. Because this returns key state mini, and that is supposed to be... What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Okay. So it got that. It's syntactically it's correct. Why is it wrong? I just don't understand. Okay, whatever. So here I've got the key info. Okay, if not key info, then... And that should be yelling at. Okay, that's elegant. Okay, now this is where I need to split up into a couple of different caches. This is where this state comes into play. So if key info.satoshi's list, Now I see that I'm going to have to do it this way, which is fine. Beautiful, beautiful music again. My favorite one in this playlist, for sure. Actually, maybe not. Because the coin join one's a special case. Because once we hit that, yeah, I'm not sure how to deal with that yet. Okay, so this is wallet states. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have I think this is gonna be an array of number. Or wait, it's gonna be index. No, it's gonna be array of address. Okay. What was that? There we go. Okay. So I still think this is probably the wrong structure, but this at least will help me get started with it. Okay, cool. So at least that came back with the right type. Ooh. Okay, let's try receive spendable. And then change spendable. We won't need a coin join spendable because once we're done with the coin join process, we'll bring it back over. We will probably need... Maybe we won't need spendable here. Because I think most often we don't care how we spend it. We just care that we can spend it. Okay. So there's that's that there's spendable. Okay, what we have? We need two types of reservations. Those two would be external internal. Anything made public, i.e. shared via QR, email, etc., should be considered spent. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, whoops. We do have a problem still. Because we have account, but we don't have account ID on there. I need to get account ID on there. Okay, get raw key info. Okay, how in the world could it possibly not have given me a type error on this? Does it not know that 2ID is a string? I'm so confused. Maybe the TypeScript checker doesn't work that much better in modules. Well, it works differently. It seems like it works differently. There's definitely some weird stuff going on here where normally that would get caught. It knows what type that is. I'm just so confused why it's popping up with any's when it knows the type. But it seems to be reading the type information differently right now. All right. Where am I at now? Okay, so for each of the keys, so we go ahead and we get all the key and we generate all the key information up to the limit. And this is actually going to be something that's kind of cyclic. Or we're going to have to separate it out into having a helper, because what we're going to need to do is once we have all of this, like let's see. I don't know, do we even... So we need this information at multiple levels as well. Because we need to know when it's unused, both at the wallet level so that when we go back to the wallet to say, hey, give me... This is the thing. If we say, give me the next address for this particular account, we need to be able to do that. But if we say, just give me a good coin to work with, we need to be able to do that. So we need to have the varying levels of specificity, and then we need to be able to update anything that's associated with that wallet or account or coin or state of the application. That's kind of the layers that we have to work with, at least with when we're considering BIP 44. Okay. And we might want to duplicate this as well, but I think this one we definitely want to duplicate. There's I know there's going to be places where we want to see both of those. Okay. Okay, and at the end of the day here, what we need to know is that for a given usage, and since we're looping through these, we're going to be updating that value. So I guess we should do this. Account state is either this or that. That makes that a little bit easier to read. Okay, and then received last unused. which we may not actually need that anymore. We would have never have needed it in the first place because we still haven't used it yet. I'm going to keep it there for now, but you know, we may be able to just use the sparse index. The thing about the sparse index is that I don't know what happens if this was my concern, but we can test this. So let's say we've got an empty array, and then we say, okay, at number 37, we put 5, or we put, it doesn't matter what we put 1. Now at number 42, we put 2. Now we delete 42. What is the array.length? That's my problem right there. At -1, undefined. So, for let I in array, console.log, I, array, I. Okay. So that's precisely why right there. When we're dealing with a sparse array, we need to track differently. Because the array can get larger, and we would have to... Well, I don't know how we would update the change last unused, because this seems like something that's only going to become out of date, actually. So I'm a little worried about it. I'm going to go ahead and not use it for now. So I think there's utility to it, but the danger of it becoming out of date is much greater than the expense of just running a loop every time to figure out what the last item in the loop is. You know, the for in. Okay. So, okay, with that, now we will have the local storage cache and the generated values will be in sync. And I think what we really want here is not just get key infos, but get unused key infos. So already we're running into implementation details with this. And this is why I have talked about the complexity of the wallet, right? So it is an implementation detail whether we want to focus on speed or storage. Those are trade-offs. We can choose to have faster speed or and use less. No, we can either use less storage or we can have faster speed. depending. I mean, there's a couple different things there, but I mean, even now as I'm thinking about, this, and I'm saying, okay, I'm developing for local storage. So the application load time, if I need to generate 1 million keys, there is noticeable load time on that. It's not nothing. I'm not sure how much it is. I have to check and see, but it's doing the hashes, doing 1 million hashes is not going to be fast. Now, I do actually want to make it faster. I'm pretty much decided that I'm going to take the SHA-256 implementation and I am going to move it into dash keys, because I think that if I get rid of if I stop using web crypto and I use it's like a, I don't know, 50 line, 70 line implementation of SHA-256. If I do that instead, then the speed goes up really significantly. And if we're talking about having to do 100,000 keys to generate, but again, we don't have to do that today. But that's the reality. You're talking about a system whereby you store everything. All transactions that you ever do are stored on those keys. So it's not something that you forget about. And again, like I said before, this is true because if you have had thousands of transactions on the mobile wallet, it crashes. Or I don't know if it still does. It did. I shouldn't speak that way when I'm not sure of the current state, so I apologize for that. I gave up on the mobile wallet because the experience was so bad. And features were being broken in it. I'd open it up and a button would be missing. And I open it up another time and the scan to sweep doesn't work anymore. And yeah, so the mobile wallet experience has been so bad that and then when I'd go to use it and I can't because it needs to sync. So it's just been so bad that it's not usable. All right, anyway. So now I think I need to get back to some CoinJoin implementation. Let's see. What do I know is going to happen? I know that we're going to need a get next CoinJoin address. And so this is offline. We also are going to need the online interpretation of this. Actually, all right, let's see. How do we go from here? I want to do this. I want to do this function because it's so critical to what we're actually doing here. I don't want to stay up too much past midnight tonight. If I am on this for 6 hours ish, which we're about an hour and some change away from that, that'll probably be good enough. We'll see if I get a second wind or something, but I am down the path that I didn't want to go down because I thought I knew in my heart of hearts I was not going to get the rest of this done in a day. I knew that because I knew, that's why I was great. Just I knew that I was going to be having to do this work. I I cannot deliver something that is of value without getting this work done. I don't believe. I can get a demo done, but what good is a demo? We already have a coin join thingy. For this to be, it needs to be a home run. And so we need to make it do something that the current tool doesn't do. So we have to do this because it's not good enough to just have that as a demo. It's got to really work. And if that means that I have to spend another 2 days on it, then I will spend another 2 days on it. Because I think financially I can work that. Fingers crossed. I'm assuming that the proposals are going to pass, so I'm not focused on ramping up other work that I could be ramping up. Fingers crossed that works out. If that doesn't work out, then this is a really poor decision to continue to work on this right now. But I think I can invest the extra time. Well, maybe not, because yeah, this needs to be a wow. This needs to be a win. Okay, so get coin join address. And then, immediately we're going to run into some more implementation decisions. Because how do I get a coin join address? Well, there's kind of a couple ways this can go. So if keyinfo.usage is less than okay. Do we use Anyway, so this is why I'm saying these are implementation decisions that we need to make, because there's a bunch of different strategies. I think the strategy that I'm pursuing is a good strategy. I think the account should matter far less, and the usage is really what should matter. And the reason for that is that I would want to see wallets support BIP44 properly. I don't want to break BIP44 in order to use CoinJoin. I don't necessarily want to create another wallet that would have to, another standard that would have to be supported in a different way. I would much rather say, okay, we're going to use BIP44, but our interpretation of BIP44, well, not interpretation, we break BIP44 in a very minor way to allow for a special feature of Dash that if any wallet that didn't know about that feature were to import a wallet that had used that feature, then actually should be fine. Because all the money that it actually finished the coin join would be there, and you could just export it out to something that did the coin join and complete the coin join in order to move it back into the main wallet, or, you know, that's my thought. Okay. Okay, so here's what we're going to do with this one. We're going to say you're going to pass in a wallet that you want to use. I'm actually think I want to call this account key. Or no. Okay. Yeah, so you're going to pass in the account that you want to use. So I'm already taking that decision off the table. You pass in the account you want to use. And you pass in the address that you have. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We say, hey, there's already a CoinJoin session. Let's see. See. So it would be, let's see, do we want to say that we denominate on the main wallet? All right, let's see. Wait, from 2 to 15 inclusive, so 13, that's 14, so this would actually be, that'd be 15. All right, let's say that we actually denominate over in the other wallet. Okay, so Okay, so things could definitely get screwed up by using things out of turn. We definitely don't want to put... Spendable needs to be separate from coin joinable. Let's say that. Okay. So anyway. Okay, so we're going to cache. Eventually, we'll just cache these, because we have to redo these over and over and over again. But we could just grab them out of a cache. I'm kind of tempted to do it right now. I don't know if I really want to do it right now. I kind of want to do it right now. Okay, so what this is actually going to be is the object is going to be by account ID. Okay. There, that makes sense. Okay. No, we gotta stick with usage on that. Okay. We're getting close now. Let me go a little further and then I'll explain. What is it griping about unexpected token for? This one? Okay. There we go. I don't know why I got so gripey. All right. So what we're doing is we're going to create, again, a sparse array where the usage is the index into that array. So we're going to take the account and we're just going to cache all of the... Let's see. We could just call this get xpriv. Except it needs to be spelled consistently with the way we spell it in other places. Okay. So get xpriv, account key, account ID, usage. I think this needs to be a private method because if you screw this up, then you screw it up. Because I don't want to calculate the account ID every time. And maybe we can just put the account ID onto the account key, so maybe that's a to-do item. I think that would be a good thing to do because there's a lot of waste in recalculating the ID over and over again. And we could just use that standard ID calculation. I don't think it was part of BIP44, because BIP44 has a fingerprint that's kind of useless. I think that it was part of BIP39, the passphrase, is where the wallet ID is actually calculated correctly in a sensible way, because the fingerprint doesn't have enough entropy in it, and you'll eventually get collisions. I think that's what it was. Now I'm not entirely sure what was the reason. It was just I think it was only 16 bits of entropy, maybe. It just anyway yes, because we need the wallet IDs to work with contacts, right? So you're gonna have some large number of contacts, probably in the thousands over the course of your lifetime, imagining that this takes off at all. So the wallet ID can't be the fingerprint, because the fingerprint just doesn't have enough bits for billions of people to have thousands of contacts without regular collisions. So that's why the wallet ID needs to be derived in the way that it's described in BIP 39, rather than being the fingerprint that's described in BIP 32. I don't think BIP 44 actually had anything on the matter. But yeah, the BIP and the BIP 32, either BIP 32 or BIP 44 talked about the issue with the fingerprint being small, not having a lot of information. So it would be good when we do that. Yeah, I think that this is kind of important. I'm going to go put a to-do and an issue on that. -HD. Okay. Okay. Uh, Okay, so we will, yeah, we'll do that. That will be one of the future improvements. Because we need people to fall into the pit of success. As I'm realizing, it's kind of annoying to pass these two things in that they're tightly coupled. Don't want to regenerate it. So that's something we need to do. Not a big deal. It's not going to matter for this demo, but eventually it is something that will take CPU cycles to be regenerating. Okay, so what else was I gonna do? Derive key, get extra. Yeah, and then we could make that one public because then it would feel safe. So I'm gonna keep it private for now because I don't want to have to. And I'll do that with the other one too, where else we pass in account ID. So here we pass in account index, but not account ID. So this one, raw get key info. I'd make that one private as well for now. I don't think there's anywhere else where we have to do that at the moment. But yeah, and do we have any place where we're passing in wallet ID? Yeah, we're passing it in there. Because that's the same problem. We don't want to have to pass in a wallet key and a wallet ID. We should just be able to pass in the one, and that should be good enough. All right. So good. Identified that potential pitfall. All right, and then we're passing in account key, account ID, and usage. And then from here, all right. And so my choice here is to derive this rather than to have it cached. But I guess I could have it cached. I could have somewhere, in this same mechanism of coin join xprivs, we could make that a tree. But I don't yeah, I don't know. I might cache that as well. So maybe I was actually looking at the wrong thing in the first place, but I think that my point still stands. The point that I made, I still believe is valid. But that might not be where the efficiency gains are here. It may be if we can reconstruct that path and find what will be the next key in the path. Well, I guess with this one... We need to have some sort of... Okay. Okay, so, well, I guess that's not quite right. Is it? So keyinfo.index, keyinfo.account, account's going to be the same, and then keyinfo.wallet ID. That's going to be the same. Okay. So this is the next key info. Okay. Again, I'll explain this maybe if I remember to in a minute. Just gotta think through it for now. All right. All right. Merge key info. All right, just to prevent things from getting out of sync, because, you know, state management's a B. I want to get the raw info and then merge it pretty simultaneously. Okay, so this would be All right, here we go. We're doing it, Peter. Uh-oh. How'd I screw that up? All right, here we go. Next info. And then what? All right. So what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, I've got an address that I want to use with CoinJoin. Get me the next address for it. So what should happen here what should happen here is that if it's already part of a CoinJoin round, we should get the next usage round. Okay, so I'm gonna not call this. Sorry, I probably cut off in the middle of what I was saying. Okay. So yeah, what we need to do is either we're trying to figure out, are we going to give it the next address in the chain of rounds, or are we going to give it a fresh address to denominate to? So basically, if the address is not in the CoinJoin in the range of usage that's acceptable by CoinJoin, then it's going to give it the 0th round, the denomination round. And then when it goes to the first round, that's because it's done. So 0th is denominated, then first is round 1, then 2 is round 2, and so on and so forth. So if we did a separate wallet, we'd get it all the way up to 16. If we're doing the strategy that I want to pursue right now, which is going to work with the mobile wallet, so basically this web app will function to bring CoinJoin to the mobile wallet. That's what it will function to do. That will be the home run here that people don't have, is that you could take your mobile wallet, you could put it in this tool, you could let it run CoinJoin, and it's not going to screw up your mobile wallet, and then you're going to get the funds when the CoinJoin back on the mobile wallet when the CoinJoin is not. Well, actually, the funds will be on the mobile wallet the whole time, but the mobile wallet isn't smart enough to know how to access them. Okay, so it is going to get hold on. It's gonna walk the tree, and it's gonna get the next CoinJoin address, whether that's the initial denomination address or I don't know what to do at the end. I think I should throw an error and say this, it's, you know, it's fully, all right. I gotta figure out exactly what I'm doing here. Oh. Gotta figure out where. So the off ramp is still a little unclear, but we can at least throw an arrow when we reach the off ramp and figure that out from that point. So we might have multiple of these if statements. That'll be okay. We can afford to calculate this a couple of times. All right. So if what this doesn't account for is denominating on a separate account, but that's okay. This is how we're doing it. So I'm trying to think, is that what I really want? All right. So this is the key exit condition. If it's already been through the target rounds, then we want to exit. So we need to find a better way to get out of here, but or maybe the key is to look up how many rounds it is, you know, determine if it's done, or maybe just return null. I don't know. We could return an empty string. I don't know. I think that ought to be an error. So we should check before, and if it's not, this is what we can do. We let message equals, throw that out there. Then let error equals. Then we can throw the error with the message. We're gonna object assign, so that has a friendly code that we can look to. The code would be E success. Something like that, maybe. E coin join max rounds. Okay, so if the rounds, yeah, I'm gonna go here in a few minutes. So if usage round is less than 0, then to do throw new error not implemented. Get the round 0 / denomination address. All right, so if it's in the middle, so we kick that one to the curb. Let's see here. Maybe I should have made it a constant after all. Let me go back a little bit here. Okay. Okay, so where are we at now? So I'm going to need to be able to generate a denomination address. Um, and then what am I doing here? Oh, this looks really simple now. Now that I moved all that complicated stuff out of the way, look how simple this looks. Okay, I think this actually works out now. So if we've already reached the target rounds, then we're going to throw an error. Hey, it's done. With this one, there we go. All right, so that case is handled. If the wallets are not the same, and there is a coin join round, then throw an error, because we don't want to flip from one wallet to another. We want to keep it in the wallet where it's doing coin join until that's done. We're kind of locking that in. At least from this software perspective. We can always copy this wallet to the debugger that I want to build and then say, hey, I know that there's money over here that I want to move. I want to break this out of its cycle. And that would be fine. Okay. And then we're going to say, take the account key. That's what we were given in the first place, right? Yeah, we were given the account key. So take the account key and the usage round, which could be 0. There we go. All right. Actually, account ID could be the same. Okay, so we gotta handle where the account ID could be the same. So let index equals
Oh, this may be our final fateful night. Against endless hordes of relentless mist-born evil blight. I know I'll live
Okay, let me back up because I actually think. Okay, let me go forward and then back up
at my back,
because this is good, generally speaking. Or not? No, this one right here. This is good, but
all this decay, but we must stay into the fray. We'll be okay, see another day. But as fire pours forth from the black dragon's maw, have we seen
gotta figure out how to handle this.
crimson red eye up in the sky? Is this now why people must die? Not but you and I.
Because we have to get the next
No regret,
index.
I will never forget how I
That's the main thing we got to figure out how to do.
I always knew that when it's true I'd obey. My heart craves you, but I never knew how to say that I will always be your one and only rose of rain. And I promise you'll never see the loss of me.
All right, we're going to stay on the same index, but we're going to walk the usage. We could always do it the other way, too. We could just say CoinJoin starts at usage 3. I don't know. It's weird to think about it. But anyway. Ooh. Hmm. Okay, we got to figure out what. Okay, so I'm going to have this pass in account index as well. Another opportunity for something to get out of sync that I don't want. So I got to figure out how to resolve these things. There's just a lot of state, you know? There's always so much state. State is the death of programming. Okay. Okay. I like the idea of taking some address that's empty. I don't know. There's a few different ways to do it. I'm going to reserve the next unused address. Okay, so we would go to the next unused address. I think in the X key information, I know it contains the depth. I'm not sure if it contains, says the address key know what index it is. It knows what depth it's at, but I don't think it knows what index it's at. That's something I could look at real quick. Let me just go check that. Hey, let me click. Let me click! I want to do it! There we go. Okay. So it does have the index. All right. It does have its own index, so I don't have to pass that around. Good. I don't think they have network information, though. If they had network information, we could use that, potentially. But I don't think that there's not any network information. The only network information there is the base 58 check HD string, which is not relevant. Well, it's semi. It can tell you whether it's mainnet or testnet, actually. So let me go check. I'll look at that real quick. Why is my copy paste not working right now? Let me go look where depth is. Versions, no, it's assigning it. Yeah, I think it's only available in the encoded form. I don't think it's part of the decoded object. From X key. Right. So that, yeah. X key is not necessarily going to have that information. Okay. Check versions. But when we go to xpriv, okay, to x bytes. No, that's not. Encode xpriv. No, I just want to see what X key then. Derived child. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. So we could take a look at this and we could know what the network is in terms of mainnet. It'd be kind of nice to throw that out there. Mainnet versus testnet. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay. So this is looking pretty good for the middle scenario, the start scenario and the end scenario where we've got a little bit of confusion. But the start scenario should be easy enough. I think I might leave this here for tomorrow. So this might be where we pick up. Well, I'm definitely going to push this up as a whip. Did we do much in the index.html here? First round? Not really, but... Okay. All right, let me get rid of all this. All right, so I'm pushing that up. I'm going to go to bed. Y'all have a good night. And where I will continue tomorrow, hopefully nice and early, will be figuring out how are we going to get the initial coin join address. Because when we figure that out, I think all this comes together and hopefully coalesces quite nicely. And then the next piece that we'll have to do is I want to focus on offline first and not having to worry about the storage mechanism, because I screwed up my CLI wallet, and I mean, it's not screwed up, it works. It's just things need to be able to work offline first, right? Like if the network hasn't synced, if you're not connected to the internet, you should be able to view everything. It shouldn't have to initialize by any sort of internet activity. Should be able to completely initialize and be functional, be able to sign coins without any internet activity. But then we need to have some sort of flag, for basically a shared wallet flag that says, I'm expecting that I will have to update my local state more frequently from an external source, because knowing that I spent a coin or knowing that I have an unspent coin doesn't mean that the coin isn't spent. We want to be able to trust the local state only to the extent that the wallet isn't shared. All right. Anyway. So, and part of this getting the next unused is basically we're going to take the usage coin join and we're going to walk the index of that usage. Yeah, so that should be pretty simple. That we should be able to take our usage coin join and walk. Yeah, it's going to be just the same as change or receive for the first one. Yeah, and then with the next ones we're going to do it this way. And if something gets used that shouldn't have been used, then it will need to be reassigned. So what we could do is we could have another table for coins that are in session and have the ability to send the coin back to the main wallet, essentially. And that might be a good way just to handle things. No, we want it to automatically send back to the main wallet by default. That should be the default behavior, is that it will send back to the main wallet. That's pretty important. But before anything is sent to the network, we should always check, well, almost always check what we are about to send. So if I've signed a bunch of coins and I believe that they're UTXOs or such, and I believe, so I mean, I can get all the way to the point where I'm about to broadcast, but before I'm about to broadcast, I should make sure that any of the coins that I have selected for change or that are being sent to whatever, I should make sure that those have not been used. That's important. So I think this is actually going to come together, maybe even, well, we'll see, maybe even a little quicker than I'd anticipated. Maybe it won't take another 2 days. Maybe it will. But yeah, I knew that going down this path alone was going to take at least a whole day, because but but with the hindsight of having worked on this before, realizing the offline issue, realizing the indexing issues, I think that this is my best work yet in this arena, and this is really what's going to tie it all together, is the ability to quickly track the most relevant information and, you know, we'll figure it out. If there's the trade-off of different speeds, if we're able to index 1 million from storage, yeah, I would like to see. You know, that's another thing that I should put in here is speed test. I'm gonna just make an issue for that. That's a good question to ask. Because if it's efficiently fast, which you know, we'd have to test on an Android phone. But yeah, if it's efficiently fast, and it may be especially fast once I switch over to the SHA-256. Like that's where I think it's going to kill me. Is the web crypto SHA-256 is going to be so dirt slow, it's going to be noticeable. And switching over to the synchronous SHA-256 implementation may make it crazy fast again. And then maybe there'd be some random generation for the keys, but we're not dealing with random generation. We're dealing purely with hashes at this point. So yeah, it's the hashing should be fast, but web crypto SHA is probably going to be slow. Maybe it's gotten faster since the last time I tested. I don't remember what it was. I just remember there was a stark difference of, you know, hundreds per second versus tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands per second. It was. I remember being a stark difference. Anyway, yeah. So we're just gonna roll through, find the next address, and then we need to make sure that we're updating the wallet whenever the state of an address changes. So that means that we need to update it in the storage and we need to update it in the cache. And we basically should be able to just pass an address and then the information that we want. In fact, I'll just go ahead and update address info. Well, this would just be addresses dot update. And it's basically going to be address and info. This is going to be deltas, essentially. Yeah. To do. Okay. So when we go to spin UTXOs, that's when we'd have to do it before signing, because we have to have limited data in storage for this implementation. So we wouldn't hold the full transaction IDs and all that. Although maybe we could, because the number of coins you're going to have that are spendable is probably going to be in the hundreds, not in the tens of thousands. Now, those hundreds will knock down maybe the storage space of another 10,000, but you basically will have 90,000 marked as used. And yeah, we could shorten it. We don't need to worry about that optimization right now. We just need to get it to do, like I said, we need this to be coin join for your mobile wallet. You take your mobile wallet phrase, you put it in the browser, you click go, and your money disappears from your mobile wallet from the spend queue. It gets denominated over into the coin join portion of that wallet that's still part of that wallet phrase. It comes back. Anyway, all right, I'm really out. Thanks for tuning in and keeping me company. And y'all have a good one. What should we say here?
This was a triumph. Making a note here, huge success.
By the way, I finally played Portal. I've loved the music and the memes. Back in college, I'd watched a friend of mine. I went to a Portal party, and he played both games in a matter of 3 or 4 hours. He was super fast through it. He knew exactly what to do. And at least for the first one. The second one, there might have been more exploration about. But he had the first one memorized. He just boop, 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 boop. There's one level. It's so hard in that. But I finally played it, and it was really enjoyable. And it confused my 5-year-old. But it was good. So anyway, adios.